welcome back to Hado, UK Hado Championships today on this lovely Saturday. We have a total of 120 games today across all three courts. We can see here that we've got court 1, which is the top middle, court 2 is the bottom left, and court 3 is the bottom right. And we have some fantastic games leading off with Team Synergy versus IDK. Today they'll be doing all the pool stages at first, and then we'll lead on to a semi-final and a final, which contains the top teams from today's pool stages. This goes towards the UK Championships points, and it will determine who comes out on top at the end of this year. So stay tuned as we get started. Here we go, court 3 is off, and it is the Boss versus T-Wolves. There'll be a close game here. It looks like we've got some shielders in game, so it'll be interesting to see how they use their shields. The Boss came out second, I believe, in the UK League, so they are a very competent team, and they are currently third in the UK Champions ranking system. So they are at a very good advantage against T-Wolves, but T-Wolves have been doing well. My apology, I've just realised that's court 3 that I'm talking about. Wolfpack versus No. Court 2 will be the Boss and T-Wolves. Court 2 seems to be having a few issues, but they'll get started soon. Court 3 is up 3-2 for Wolfpack, so it's good showing. Both these teams are Coventry clubs, and they are very competent teams, and Team No is a very good one. Wolfpack had a fantastic run at a recent event last week, where they showcased that they could come up on top, and they reached third place in that game. But unfortunately, it didn't seem like they've made it this time through. Team No takes the win 3-4. The other two courts seem to just be about to get started, but the big game is on court 1. That's the top middle on the screen, which is Synergy versus No. Synergy versus IDK, my apologies. Court 2 is off. That is the Boss versus T-Wolves. So as I said before, the Boss has been doing a really, really good job in the UK Championships, as they are currently third, I believe, in the ranks. So they have a very, very good team against. They have a very, very good chance against T-Wolves. But we're about to find out about Synergy versus IDK, the big game, big one for today. Maybe they'll make it to the final. So these are the top 2 teams in the UK right now. So it's sure to be a very good gameplay coming out on the stream. So we go. This looks like Neha player 4, I believe, player 3, I believe. It's down to 1 petal, but Synergy takes the first point against IDK. IDK does have a new player. I'm not sure if they're playing right now, but they do have a new player that's come up to join them. We will quickly have a look over here. So it was 1-1. Very close, IDK versus Synergy. Great slide from player 1, Shamai, right at the front, dodging like a pro, doing a lot of head flicks. Actually, not too many head flicks. It's focusing on slides. So it's Ash sliding straight in there with a shield. Unfortunately, he gets taken out. IDK having a massive lead now. 5-1 to IDK. It doesn't seem like Synergy has the ability to take down the amount of shields that IDK just put down. So it's very impressive work that they're doing. Some good dodging there that we can see. from Ash, but unfortunately, IDK takes the win against Synergy. Good job there for IDK of Brighton. Here we are, all the games are done, all the first round games are done. We can see some of the stats actually from IDK versus Synergy there. We can see that despite Synergy taking the first point in the first 40 seconds, IDK really brought that back with a massive point lead. It seems it's in that like 40 to 60 second mark, or like 20 to 40 seconds of the game left, they really brought up their game and managed to take all those points. Yeah, we can see all the stats here. They both teams had a shielder, but IDK's team just had those shields, using them better. You could see when they scored all the points that all their shields were up, and Synergy could not get through them. But next up we have on Court 2, Agents of Hado versus Fighting Mongos, and Court 1 we have Techno versus Triple Threat. Unfortunately, Titans haven't been able to make today's competition, so they won't be participating today. Warpstar do get a bye and a free round for this pool stage section. But we will be jumping into Agents of Hado versus Fighting Mongos very soon. So stay tuned. Here we are, game 2 for both Court 1 and Court 2. Once again, Titans unfortunately haven't been able to make it in today, so Warpstar do get a bye. But we'll be looking at Court 2. Let's have a look at Court 2. So that is Agents of Hado versus the Flying Mongos. So these two have went up against each other once before, I believe in a commentary local, which is the most recent competition that I remember. Agents of Hado do showcase a really strong team. Their backline approach is very defensive, so they can dodge at the back. They're not too aggressive. They don't push up to the front too often, only when they really need to. They are very aggressive in the stats, though. They focus on attacks rather than defense. They rarely ever go to shielding, so we can actually see that player 3 has actually went for 2 shields, which for Agents of Hado, which is a bit surprising. But Flying Mongos has shown what they're capable of, and taking a 2-point lead with 20 seconds left. It's 6-5 to Flying Mongos. Will Agents of Hado be able to take that 1 point back to push it into the first overtime of the day? Let's see. Yes, they are. 6-6. 10 seconds left. 7-6. Really good. Agents of Hado is now actually pushing up. Their player 2 there is really aggressive and is doing a really good job. In fact, I can see that on Court 1 it's pushed into overtime. So we'll quickly cut over to there. But Agents of Hado do take that game 8-7. What a really close match. Court 1, it is Techno versus Triple Threat. It is an overtime, so first point wins whoever gets the first KO. Very small bullet size from Technos, which is a bit surprising, but they're focusing on bullet speed, it looks like. No shields left on either side, and Techno managed to get that hit in overtime. So good job there, Techno. Techno versus Triple Threat, 5-4 to Techno. The games up next will be for Court 1, RGM Blades versus Cosmic Storm. Devourers versus Ace on Court 2. And on Court 3, it will be Synergy versus The Boss. Another very highly anticipated game with The Boss and Synergy being the top teams in the UK right now. Here we go on to the third games for each court. On Court 1, we have RGM Blades versus Cosmic Storm. Court 2, Devourers versus Ace. And Court 3, we have Synergy versus The Boss. Looks like Court 1 has started, so let's have a look. So RGM Blades is relatively newer team, so their only first competition that they did recently was the one last week in the regionals. But it seems like they're doing a good job against Cosmic Storm 2-2, 3-3. With 40 seconds left, this still could go either way. It's a good showing of movement this time from RGM Blades. They're not needing to dodge too much because Cosmic Storm isn't firing at them very much. Here we go, Court 2 and Court 3 have also gotten started, so I'll switch over to the big game, which is Synergy versus The Boss. Here we go. straight away, Synergy gets an instant KO. 10 seconds in, 1-0 to Synergy. Last time Synergy did lose against the boss in the finals because the boss had so many shields they couldn't handle it. But this time it looks like Synergy is managing to deal with those shields and be able to deal with the pressure from the boss much better this time. We could hear the crowd screaming. It's a very exciting game. 1-1. 2-1 to the boss. Synergy needs to get rid of those shields, start getting those hits in. 30 seconds left. They can still bring this back. Good slide. They're pushing up to the front. Synergy. The boss is defending really well with those two shields. 15 seconds left. Synergy managed to break through and get a point in. 10 seconds now. We can look at Synergy. They're all pushing back. Apart from Shimai, player 3, who's just pushed up with that one shield to distract them a bit. It seems to have worked. 3 seconds. Can the boss get a hit in? No, they aren't. And Synergy managed to take the win against the boss. That's a huge shift from the last time they played against each other. And it showcases that Synergy hasn't improved. Let's see if they can repeat that when they go against IDK. Well, they've already went against them, but perhaps they will make it to the final. So, after that, we've got on the 4th game for each court. We've got Wolfpack versus Fighting Mongos on court 1. On court 2, we have T-Wolves versus IDK. And on court 3, we have No versus Agents of Hado. Here we are on to round 4. Let's see, which game shall we commentate on? Let's have a look at No and Agents of Hado on court 3. Oh, court 3 seems to have had an error, so we'll go to court 1. Court 1, we've got Wolfpack versus Fighting Mongos. Fighting Mongos lost their last game, I believe. So let's see if they can redeem themselves in this next game. They lost against Agents of Hado. Wolfpack moving quite a lot, which is really good to see. They're moving well as well. Fighting Mongos is not moving as much, but still managing to keep up to Wolfpack's pace. It's a 3-point lead to Wolfpack. It's not too bad. Fighting Mongos can definitely bring this back. If they keep up this pace from Wolfpack, they'll be managing to take a big lead against Fighting Mongos. But doesn't seem to be the case. Fighting Mongos have managed to break through almost all of Wolfpack's shields, meaning that Wolfpack won't have many resources left if this goes into overtime. 15 seconds left, 3-point lead. They can still bring this back, Fighting Mongos, if they can get those hits in. 3-point difference. Come on. 9-5 to Wolfpack, 10-5 to Wolfpack. Really good job there. Yeah, we can see that Fighting Mongos has almost brought it back in the 40 to 20 second range, but it got quickly diminished by Wolfpack, taking them out in the last 20 seconds. So we'll be cutting to court 2 and court 3 in a moment. Court 2 has T-Wolves versus IDK, and Court 3 has No versus Agents of Hado. So we'll tune into that as soon as it gets started. And there we go. Court 3 straight back on it. Looks like their restart has managed to help them. This is No versus Agents of Hado. Two teams that have went up against each other quite often. Agents of Hado doing their really good movement, staying at the back, being quite aggressive from the back with their very high stats and bullet scale and bullet speed. Whereas No manages to move forward quite a lot more, crouching down really, really well, and their aim is fantastic. 3-1 to No. Great shield from No right there. Agents of Hado need to catch back up. I think they need to get aggressive like they were in the first game against Fighting Mongos. But it seems like they've just run out of energy a bit. They're not moving as well. They're doing like simple dodges, but I don't think it's enough against No. They're not firing enough right now either. No, just taking their time, focusing on who they're going to hit and then shooting. And as soon as that shot goes, they're managing to hit those petals. Really good job from Team No. Great jump there. There we go, time's up. We'll quickly cut over to Court 2 to see the end of T-Wolves versus IDK. T-Wolves unfortunately losing 9-2 to IDK. IDK having a very strong showing there. Really, really good job. They dominated that game throughout the 80 seconds. Right, Court 1 is straight back into it, not waiting around. It is on Techno versus Warpstar. Right, Techno versus Warpstar. Warpstar's player 4 or 5, I believe that, doing their thing, sliding around and jumping. Really good aim. They've got a very large bullet scale and bullet speed. No shields needed because of their sliding, which is really good to see. 4-4 though. It's very, very close. 5-4 to Techno. Those shields there coming in handy for Techno, but it's just got broken and broke through and managed to take that KO for Warpstar. We can see that Warpstar's doing like a 2 in the back, 1 in the front formation. So the first person at the front is taking in the majority of shots because Techno's distracted by them, allowing Warpstar's 2 members at the back to focus down players who might not be paying attention to them. But it's a very close game, 7-9, 2 points difference. 8-9, 8-10! Wow. Very, very close game right there, right at the end. Really, really good job from Warpstar. 8-10. We can see that their scores were very neck and neck. But player 4 dominating the game with almost every single MVP stat there. Really, really good job. Triple threat on Court 2 do have a bye because Titans, again, unfortunately are not here today. But on Court 3, it'll be RGM Blades versus Devourers. Seems like we're just about to get started. Here we go. Court 1 on to their 6th game today. Cosmic Storm versus Ace. So we'll go over to there to have a look. Here we are. We've got Cosmic Storm on the red side, Ace on the blue side. So, good shields going up for both sides. We've got some counter shielding from Ace and it's working really well. They're just hiding behind that shield and just shooting Cosmic Storm, taking out their players' petals quite well. Yeah, that shield in front of player 5 and player 6, I believe, had been up there for so long. Their shield are doing a really good job just replacing those shields every single time. 5-0 to Ace right now, showcasing a really good job. They're doing a very defensive approach. Cosmic Storm, I don't think are able to handle all those shields, unfortunately. So they're just stuck behind Ace's defensive approach. There we go. That's the last of Ace's shield. Oh, they have one more weak shield. But that's all the shields that Ace have. So, Cosmic Storm, if they can bring it back in the last 10 seconds, they could get some KOs just to boost up their scores. It will matter in future games. 3 seconds left. 1. Time's up. Ace managed to take that. 7-3. Here we are. Court 3 is on. Court 3 is RGM Blades versus Devourers. With 20 seconds in, Devourers doing a really good job. Look at the amount of the running that they're doing. Really athletic. 2 shields lasting a very long time. Great shot from player 4 there, taking out player 1 at the front, who's not doing too many head flicks, leaving themselves quite vulnerable. Oh, great shot there again. We'll cut on over to this because it's the only game that's going on right now. But good slide from Devourers at the front. 5-2 to Devourers. RGM Blades doing some good side stepping, but it's just not enough. Because where the petals actually track are actually from your headset. So the more head movement you do, the more you can dodge rather than moving your body. And Devourers seem to know that, and they are taking advantage of that. With a 5-point lead, 9-4 to Devourers. Really good job. They take the win against RGM Blades. Great job. So on Court 2, looks like it'll be Synergy versus T-Wolves getting started in just a moment. On Court 1, it will be by Techno versus Titans, but again, Titans isn't here. And after RGM Blades and Devourers, it is IDK versus the Boss. There you are. Court 2, off they go. Synergy versus T-Wolves. We'll get that name changed just there. Here we are. Both Coventry teams, these two teams are. Synergy do have the advantage. They've got more experience in playing Hado. So I do expect them to win this one. But it's 4-0. No shields on either side. It's just a straight shootout. The slightly higher charge rate. Our apologies for the camera cutting out. But really good job. T-Wolves getting 2 hits in there. T-Wolves did beat Synergy in overtime during the regionals last week. So they could do it again. There's 20 seconds. They can bring this back. It's only a 4-point difference. If they get their hits in, they can certainly claw this back like they are now. 7-4, 15 seconds left. A shield goes up for T-Wolves, breaks down. A really good push from player 2 from Team Synergy to take that kill in against T-Wolves. 9-5, 2 great slides and a slight fall, it looks like, from Shamai player 1. Yeah, we can see Synergy absolutely took home and schooled T-Wolves right at the start with a 4-point lead right there. T-Wolves managed to claw some of those points back, but it just wasn't enough. Really good hit rate as well from player 2, 42.8%. The highest from the two teams, but T-Wolves doing a really good job with 40% hit rate as well as shooting more balls. Really good job from T-Wolves there. If they keep that up, they'll be very good during the rest of the tournament. But all the other games are just about to get started, so we'll wait on those before we get started. Here we are, court 1 is off. That is Cosmic Storm versus Devourers. Devourers did win their last game against RGM Blades. Let's see if they can do it again. Some good movement once again from Devourers. They really like their running. Cosmic Storm are having a 1-point lead right now. Court 2 is also off, so we'll have a look at them. Court 2 is the... Is that court? Court 2 is Wolfpack versus Agents of Hado. My apologies. They are off. Let's have a look at Court 1. Devourers versus Cosmic Storm. Cosmic Storm seems to be winning 5-2 with a 3-point lead. And the boss versus IDK are also up and running. All three courts ready to be viewed. The boss versus IDK is sure to be a very good game. We can see in court 1 we've been pushed into overtime. But court 3, the boss versus IDK. Let's have a look. Both Brighton teams, so both are very experienced teams. IDK, I think, are currently on top against the boss. So it's perhaps in favor of IDK. IDK is going for a lot of shields right there. Does the boss have the charge rate to deal with all those shields? It doesn't look like it, because they've just got them there for quite a long time right now. Good shots in there. IDK just hiding behind that shield. Great slide from player 1. 5-2, 5 seconds left. IDK seem like they're going to take this one. And they do. 5-2 to IDK against the boss. We can see that the boss started and finished off with a point, but unfortunately IDK took the most points during the middle of the game, despite the boss having the highest hit rate at 38.8%. It just wasn't enough to deal with the shields that IDK put. during that middle of the part of the game. But next up on all 3 courts, we have on court 1, Agents of Hado versus the boss. On court 2, it will be Warpstar versus Ace. And that was court 2. And on court 3, it will be No versus Fighting Mongos. Here we are, court 2 off to the start of the game, I guess. Warpstar versus Ace, 10 seconds in, 1-1. A shield that Ace is just hiding behind. That's their tactic. Seems that they're going to carry that across through all the games. Seems to be working, to be honest. 2-2. If Warpstar can get through all of those shields quick enough, they'll be sailing and they'll be fine. Looks like they have. That's the last shield that Ace has. Last strong shield. They've still got one weak shield in the back. But you can just see that they broke through the shield and then just kept firing through to get those kills in. Really, really good job. Another kill in from Warpstar. Warpstar doing a massive lead. 10-2, 11-2, 12-2. Really, really good job. Court 3 is also off onto their next game. So we'll have a look at that. Court 3 is No versus Fighting Mongos. There is 10 seconds left for the game on Court 2. Looks like Warpstar is going to win this with a massive lead. 17-3. Really, really impressive. Wow, look at those stats. Incredible. They got through those shields in the early part and then just demolished them afterwards. On Court 3, though, it's very close. No versus Fighting Mongos is 6-4 to Team No right now. So we'll cut over there to have a look. Here we are. Shield 6-6. 30 seconds left. Still could go either way. Was that the last shield from Fighting Mongos? It looks like it was. No have a really good ability to dodge and slide. Sliding usually takes the cake and manages to bring it back for them. But it seems like a very close game. 8-7. 10 seconds left. 9-7. 5 seconds. Oh, No deciding to push up. That's very dangerous, but they decide to stick with it, and they managed to take it. 11-8. Really, really good job. Well done to Team No. Very, very close match, especially in the start. They managed to take it in the last 20 seconds. But good job for Fighting Mongos staying in the fight. Right, on Court 2, it will be Agents of Hado versus the boss. Oh no, on Court 2, it will be IDK versus Wolfpack. And on court 3, it will be Triple Threat versus RGM Blades. Court 1 is currently Agents of Hado versus the Boss, and they should be starting very, very soon. Here we go, court 1. We have Agents of Hado versus the Boss. Agents of Hado, I think, are going to struggle a little bit with this one because the Boss have a lot of accuracy. They don't have any shielders this time around, which is a bit of a surprise. I thought they would have. But it seems to be neck and neck right now as this straight up shootout. I think both teams expected each team to have their own shielder. So they've went for a higher charge rate. Yes, definitely on Agents of Hado, higher charge rate. And a less of an aggressive approach. So a smaller bullet scale and bullet speed. Seems to be very, very close right now. Agents of Hado 1 point up against Team No. 2-1. 30 seconds left. This still could go either way. But it's a really good showing that Agents of Hado has managed to keep up against the Boss. Those shields just went up but instantly got demolished because Agents of Hado have such a high charge rate. They don't need to worry about those shields. They have 2 players, in fact, with a high charge rate. 5 seconds left. Will this go into overtime? Oh, Agents of Hado trying to push up. They lose a petal, but it does go into overtime. So overtime is the first point wins. Let's have a look. Let's go. Overtime. Who's going to get the first hit? All of Agents of Hado on 1 petal. So they've really got to dodge, but unfortunately they can't manage it. And it goes to the Boss. 3-2. Right, on the other court, we have IDK versus Wolfpack on court 2, and on court 3, we have Triple Threat versus RGM Blades. And court 3 is off to Hado. Here we go. Triple Threat versus RGM Blades. Let's see who can take it. Triple Threat straight away with a 3-point lead against RGM Blades. 4 points now. They seem to just be taking their time, getting their shots in. RGM Blades doesn't seem to be moving very well. They're not doing very much head movements. But we can hear them cheering on. I think they're having a good time, which is very important. 10-1 to Triple Threat. They haven't been using their shields. I think their shields would help for RGM Blades. Triple Threat doesn't need their shields. They've got their accuracy. They don't need to dodge. They're just doing a really, really good job. There we go. IDK versus Wolfpack, also on court 2. So we can have a watch of them as Triple Threat continues to demolish RGM Blades. 16-2. 5 seconds left. It's not too close for Triple Threat there. And there we go. Time's up. Let's switch over to court 2. Which is IDK versus Wolfpack. IDK have a 3-point lead now. Wolfpack trying to push up, which is a bit of a surprise. But managing to dodge all of the attacks that IDK threw at them. So good job. 4 points to IDK. Wolfpack, unfortunately, unable to get many points or hits in. They do get 1 point in. They don't have any shields left, which I think IDK doesn't really mind. They had a assassin to deal with those shields, but didn't seem too much of a problem for them. 9-1, 10 seconds left to IDK. Here we go, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. IDK takes the match with a 10-point lead. And Court 1 is off to the races. Court 1 will be T-Wolves versus Fighting Mongos. On Court 3, it will be Synergy versus No, and on Court 2, it will be Techno versus RGM Blades. But currently on Court 1, we have T-Wolves versus Fighting Mongos. Here we go. T-Wolves having a 4-point lead. Unfortunately, Fighting Mongos haven't been showing their best today. So far, they haven't won any matches, I don't believe. And they are 2-point disadvantage against T-Wolves. T-Wolves just deciding to stay at the back. One of them slowly pushes up and puts the shield down. Gets quickly destroyed, as so does the player behind it, giving Flying Mongoose another point for them. But it's 7-3, 4-point difference with 5 seconds left. Unfortunately, Flying Mongooses can't bring it back, meaning that T-Wolves takes another win. Really, really good job. Court 3 is off. Synergy versus No. We'll quickly go over to there. 50 seconds left. Synergy only having a 2-point lead right now, so it's quite close. Court 2 and 3 off on to the next games. Court 2 has Techno versus RGM Blades. Court 3 though, Synergy managed to bring it back up. 5 points to Synergy. 20 seconds left. Can No get a point on the board? Great slide from player 6. Managing to get a point there. Ooh, 5-2. They closed the gap by 2 points. Really great movement from both sides. Sliding around all on the floor. That's why they have those knee pads. 1 second left. 7-3 to Team Synergy. Really good showing. Court 2 is also in action, so let's go over there. Seconds left. RGM Blades having a 3-point lead against Techno. Can this be RGM Blades' first win of the day? 7-5. 5 seconds left. 9-6. Well done to RGM Blades. 6-9 to RGM Blades. Very, very close match. Here we are, back at it. T-Wolves versus Agents of Hado on Court 1. Court 3 is also getting started. Court 3 has Cosmic Storm versus Triple Threat. Court 2 will be having very soon Synergy versus Wolfpack on Court 2 in just a moment. But currently, Court 1... it's a 4-4. This might be another overtime. I really like overtime. We're having the 1 point difference. It's really good to see. 30 seconds left there. And it's a very close match. 5-5. 20 seconds. Who's going to get that next point in? T-Wolves versus Agents of Hado. This is a really, really good match. Close match here. Agents of Hado staying at the back. 6-6. T-Wolves managed to get that hit in right in there at the end. They got a hit in, but it wasn't enough because they went into overtime. Is that player down? No, it's not. Going into overtime for Court 1. First point wins. I did say I want to see an overtime. Here we are. Shields going down and getting taken out quite quickly. Both sides are very close, neck and neck, but T-Wolves managing to take the hit against Agents of Hado and take that win. Really, really good match. We can see how tight across the scoring there it was. A really good job from T-Wolves. I'm sure Agents of Hado are disappointed, but they showcase really good teamwork there. Just slightly wasn't enough right at the end. But well done to T-Wolves. Court 2 will be starting up very shortly. That is Synergy versus Wolfpack. On Court 1, just after that game, it is No versus IDK. And on Court 3, it will be Warpstar versus Devourers. Warpstar is becoming one of my favourite teams because they've just been really solid. Not showcasing too many weaknesses. They've used their resources really well. But never mind that. Court 2 is off on their next game. Synergy versus Wolfpack. Here we go. 20 seconds in. Wolfpack taking the first 2 points against Synergy. They do run into one of the larger orbs, but they are managing to take the win right now. 2-3. 50 seconds left. 3-3. No shields. I think that's a bit of an issue for Synergy because they can't block those shots. Wolfpack just doing a really good job, moving well, shooting well, utilising their resources. But Synergy are showcasing their experience. They're not letting them lose the first 2 points, affect them too much. Wolfpack's player 5 tried pushing up there, but it just wasn't the right decision because they got taken out quite quickly. 11-5 to Synergy. 5 seconds left. 2, 1. Synergy takes the win. And we're back on Court 3. That is Warpstar versus Devourers. Let's head over to Court 3. Court 3 is in the bottom right hand corner. Court 1 is in the top left hand corner, just for your information. But we can see that Warpstar once again doing a really, really good job at taking out Devourers there. 7-1. Devourers running around, doing their thing. Loves to see it. But Warpstar have that accuracy, that play out of front. Very distracting. And getting those hits in as well, which is really surprising. They're just doing a really solid job there. IDK versus No on court 1. Here we go. Shields going up for both sides. Doing a good job there. IDK just taking their time. They're not moving too much up. Maybe they're just saving their energy for the future games. But it's 2-3. They might want to ramp it up just a bit. Because there's 10 seconds left. No can definitely bring this back. If they get 2 solid shots in on 2 of the plates, they could turn this around. 5 seconds left. Come on, let's see. There we go. 3-3. 4-3. 5-3 to IDK. Very, very close. IDK risking it right at the end. You can see they scored 2 points right in the last 10 seconds. Bit risky, in my opinion. But No doing a really good job against one of the top teams here today. Right, just to update everyone. So the next game's up on court 1 will be RGM Blades versus Ace. Court 2 will be Techno versus Cosmic Storm. And court 3, it will be The Boss versus Fighting Mongos. So stay tuned. Here we are, court 2, straight at it. Techno versus Cosmic Storm. 2 points straight to Techno. 20 seconds in, so there's plenty of time to bring this back. No shields from either side. Straight shootout. Cosmic Storm bringing a few points back onto the table, but will it be enough against Techno? Both teams having a higher charge rate player to deal with any shields. Even though they're weak shields, they're still useful to take down. 9-3 to Techno, 6 point difference, 30 seconds left. Despite the massive lead, Cosmic Storm can bring this back. It seems like they're getting hits in, they're just not finishing the players. Techno, 13 points. Having an 8-point lead right now. 5 seconds left. I don't think Cosmic Storm will be able to bring this back, unfortunately. 14-7. Well done to Techno. On court 2, Devourers do have a bye since Titans are not here today. So after that, it will be Synergy versus Agents of Hado. Right, court 3's off to the races. I've used that joke already. But it's The Boss versus Fighting Mongos. Here we go. The Boss having a 3-point lead. I think after what the Boss has already done today, they are most likely going to take this. I don't think Fighting Mongos have the accuracy or the momentum to be able to swing this the other way. They've got massive bullet scales, but the bullet speed is so slow that the boss can just slowly duck under and dodge those bullets. They don't have any shields. They've got weak shields, but it's just not helpful enough, I guess. Fighting Mongos get a point in. Good job. Celebrating there. But the boss is going to take this win, I believe, even though there's 20 seconds left. Doesn't seem to be too much that Fighting Mongos can do. Right, as that game wraps up, Court 1 is off. And this is RGM Blades versus Ace. Shields going up for Ace, doing their nice tactic. Oh no, that's actually RGM Blades. My apologies. RGM Blades hiding behind those two shields, but unfortunately not getting any kills. Seems like Ace has just counter shield right in front of those to deal with them. There you go, there's another shield. They really do like their shield tactics. A bit like France at the Euros. They just had two shielders. One person staying behind that shield just to shoot behind it. Unfortunately, RGM Blades tried putting up a shield but gets taken out in that time. And again, Ace doing a really good job capitalizing on their RGM Blades not having a shielder. RGM Blades finally getting a shield up, but it's not really helping too much. They're staying behind it, which is good, but if they don't get their shots in, it's not helpful. They get 2 shots in, closing the gap, 3-5. As we saw with No versus IDK, this still can go down to the last second, but unfortunately not this second. And Ace takes the win, 6-3. Here we go. Court 3 is off. Triple threat versus Warpstar. Warpstar once again have been my favourite team. They've been showcasing really, really good skills. But I think this is going to be a really close game. Triple threat is also another COV commentary team. 2-3. Very, very close games. Once again, both teams have been coached by Shamai and Ash, who are Team Synergy players. So it's going to be a good game, I think, here. 30 seconds. 3-3. My bets are on this game pushed to overtime. Solid movement from both sides. Oh, a little bit of clash there from triple threat players. But 2 shields going up, working wonders hiding behind them. Unfortunately, hiding behind them didn't allow them to get any points in. But good job there from Warpstar. 5-3. We can see very close at the start, but unfortunately Warpstar took it just at the end. Court 2 is underway. Synergy versus Agents of Hado. Two commentary teams, one being trained by them. Oh, Agents of Hado have actually went for shields. That is a very big surprise. Maybe they knew Synergy weren't going to go for a high charge rate. They're just going to go for a straight shootout. Okay, Agents of Hado places down their first shield. They're doing the tactic that Techno were doing, just hiding behind. Oh no, Ace were doing, just hiding behind it and staying behind it to try and snipe the players out. 5-3 to Synergy. Court 1 is also into action, so we're now going to cut to both courts there. We'll be staying focused on the Synergy versus Agents of Hado game where they're 5-5, very close. But Agents of Hado are all out of their strong shields, so Synergy will be able to take this back in the resource battle. 2 shields going up for Synergy. Very good distractions. Agents of Hado focusing on those shields, but unable to get through to the players. 1 point difference. 6-6 goes into overtime. Can Synergy beat Agents of Hado in overtime? Last time they lost, so will it be the same thing or a different outcome? 1 more shield goes up for Agents of Hado. Agents of Hado lost their last overtime, but can they bring it back? Really big orbs there. Player 3 needs to move their head a bit better, but it's okay. Synergy takes the win, 7-6. Very, very impressive. Good job there to Team Synergy. But even a better job to Agents of Hado, almost beating out their coaches. We'll cut over to Court 1, but actually Court 1 has just finished. 1-5. 1-5 to no. Beating out the boss. A very, very big surprise there, but well done to Team No. Really, really good job. Right, Court 3 are up with their next game very shortly. That looks to be Triple Threat versus Warpstar on Court 3. Court 2 will be IDK versus Fighting Mongos. And Court 1, once again, well done to No for beating out the boss. But the next game will be Warpstar versus RGM Blades. Here we go. Court 3's in action. Triple threat. Is that triple threat versus Warpstar? We'll have a look in a moment. But Court 1's also up and running. So is Court 2 very shortly. So we'll cut all over to all 3 games. Right, IDK is on Court 2 versus Fighting Mongos. Court 1, we have Warpstar versus RGM Blades. And on Court 3 that just finished up, that was Devourers versus Wolfpack. Here we are, just at the end of IDK versus Fighting Mongos. IDK dominating the game, 10-1. Good job for Fighting Mongos to get a point in against one of the top teams in the UK. Here we go. IDK versus Agents of Hado. This should be a really good game. Court 3 is also in action. IDK taking a 4-point lead against Agents of Hado, showcasing a really good job. Surprisingly, Agents of Hado haven't got a shielder this time round. I think they worked really well with the one against Synergy. So 7-1 to IDK. Can Agents of Hado bring this back? They're not doing too many aggressive attacks or moving up to the front. They're staying at the back, doing their usual method for Agents of Hado. IDK putting up shield right at the front, trying to get some snipe shots in. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to have worked out for them. 10-2 to IDK. 11-2. 5 seconds left. Time is up and IDK takes the win against Agents of Hado. Court 3 is just about to get finished. There we go. 13-6 to the blue side, which is Techno. Coming up, we have T-Wolves versus No on Court 1. Court 2, we have Ace versus Techno. Oh no, my apologies. Fighting Mongos versus Synergy on Court 2. Next up. And on Court 3, we have Triple Threat versus Ace. Right, we have T-Wolves versus No. Both Coventry teams up here playing. No with a 2-point lead. No did beat the boss, which was a very big surprise for a lot of the viewers here. So it'll be a very close game. T-Wolves have beaten out Synergy in the last regional last week. So they could do it against No here, but No has currently a 4-point lead, which is very good to see. A 3-point lead, now a 2-point lead. Court 2 is up and running, so we can have a look at there. That is Fighting Mongos versus Synergy. But on Court 1, T-Wolves versus No still going strong. No having a 3-point lead now. Here we are. No takes the win. 7-2 against T-Wolves. No is doing a really good job today at fighting off some tough opponents. The Court 2, Synergy versus Fighting Mongos. I'm sure Synergy are going to be able to score quite a few points in this next one. The Court 3 has also just started. That is Triple Threat versus Ace, I believe. Here we are. Court 2, Synergy having 11 points. Fighting Mongos is finishing off with 3. Court 3, Triple Threat taking the slight win over Ace with 3 points. Really good job from Triple Threat. Right. Up next on each court. Court 1, we have Devourers versus Agents of Hado. On Court 2, we have Ace versus Techno. And on Court 3, we have The Boss versus Wolfpack. So some very exciting games. Here we are, Court 1. We have Devourers versus Agents of Hado. I'm sure Devourers are going to show us how much energy they have, how much running they can do. They got shields, which is quite nice to see. Not sure if Agents of Hado will be able to deal with those shields. Let's see if they've got a higher charge rate to deal with them. But they're trying to shoot rounds, counter the fact that they can't break shields, which they're doing well at. Yeah, they don't have a high charge rate, so they can't break those shields. Doesn't really matter when you can shoot around them like they are. So they're doing a really, really good job at just working the angle. Working the angle right. No more shields left right now from Devourers. They do have 4 shields in total. The Agents of Hado are capitalizing on the fact that they're not putting up right now into 12-2 lead to Agents of Hado. There's one of the shields going up for Devourers. Right, 5 seconds left, and it will be an Agents of Hado win. But on Court 2, we have just started with Ace versus Techno. Really good job. 1-1. Both Brighton teams, I believe. Ace and Techno. They've probably been trained by the same coaches over at Brighton. 3-1 to Techno. 1 shielder for Ace, but I haven't seen too many. Okay, they've used up all 5 of their shields in the first 40 seconds. I don't think that's the best use of resources, because now they don't have any shields left for the entire game. Techno capitalizing on the fact that they don't have any shields left. 7-2 to Techno. 8-2 now. Having a massive lead. 20 seconds left. Techno doesn't need to use their shields. They don't have any. They have weak shields, but they don't need to use them. So they're doing a really, really good job at just staying calm and getting the shots in. There we go. Techno takes the win. Court 3 is now in action. That is the boss versus Wolfpack. So it was quite a big surprise. The boss lost against No earlier. Wolfpack have beaten No before. In fact, most recently last week in the regional. So they could do it here against the boss. Seconds in, the boss having a 3-point lead. Not a big lead, to be honest. So Wolfpack have plenty of time to bring it back. If they get their shots in, they can win. But the boss seems to be dodging amazingly and not giving Wolfpack the opportunity to get shots in. "15 seconds left. 6 points lead to the boss. Really, really good job. And that's time. 10-1 to Wolfpack. Well done, Wolfpack, to get that 1 point in the end, but the boss had total control over that game. Court 2 is back with Triple Threat versus IDK. Triple Threat have been doing quite well today, so I think it's going to be quite a close game against IDK. Court 1 has also started back. is Cosmic Storm versus Wolfpack. Wolfpack having a 7-point lead. Both Cosmic Storm and Wolfpack are country clubs, whereas Triple Threat is a country club and IDK is from Brighton. Be interesting to see how good both these teams can do. Court 2 is in your bottom right hand corner. Court 1 is in your top left. Wolfpack taking the win over Cosmic Storm by 9 points. Quite a big lead there. And IDK beat out Triple Threat by 6 points. Not as many points as I thought IDK would be able to get in that match. But nonetheless, they did win by quite a big margin with 6 points. Here we are. Court 3 is back in action after their bye from T-Wolves. But it is Techno. No, it's not Techno. My apologies. Court 1 is Triple Threat versus Devourers. Court 3 is Warpstar versus Cosmic Storm, I believe. Seems like some people have found a mic. But a really good job from Court 3 on the red side with a massive lead, 16-5. But on Court 1's quite a bit closer. Triple Threat versus Devourers, 7-3. 3 seconds left. Well done to Triple Threat there. Good showing from that team. That team has been really, really solid today. 45.4%. I think as a team, if they keep going at it at this rate, they could be out a lot of more of their games later on. Because so far they've been had a steady growth in performance and it's been quite good. Right, next up on court 1, it will be Warpstar versus Synergy. And then on court 2, it will be Triple Threat versus IDK, I believe. But I believe they've already went. On court 3 soon it will be Techno versus Synergy because they do have a bye. RGM Blades have a bye against Titans. Right, it looks like court 2 is getting prepared for Warpstar versus the boss. Meaning that there will be a slight delay between court 1 starting because Warpstar is currently on court 2. Here we are. Court 2 and Court 3 are in action. Court 2 has Warpstar versus the boss. Very close game. This is going to be a really good one there. And on Court 3, we have Techno versus Synergy. I'll be focusing on Court 2 because that is a really good game. Warpstar versus the boss. I'm hedging my bets on Warpstar. I think Warpstar's got this. If they can get rid of those shields, because they've got a shielder there, they'll be in a really good chance. Warpstar does have someone who can take down those shields, but if the boss focuses them down, their assassin down, they won't be able to get rid of those shields. Warpstar has yet to get a point on the board, which is unfortunate to see. Those shields from the boss are really disrupting the way that Warpstar usually attacks. Here we are. They've ran out of shields now, but with 10 seconds left, can they get 6 points to even it out? Unfortunately, they don't think they can. But a really good try from Warpstar. Well done to the boss for winning that 8-2 to the boss. And on court 3, Synergy did beat out Techno 11-4. On court 1, Warpstar is about to get started onto the next game as well. That will be Warpstar versus Synergy. Court 2, have just finished that game. And next up will be RGM Blades versus No. Court 3, T-Wolves has a bye. But after that, it will be IDK versus Techno. Stay tuned. Here we go. Court 2 is back up and running. That is RGM Blades versus No. No having their biggest victory against the boss today so far. So they are against RGM Blades. It shouldn't be too much of an issue. I don't believe, at least. I don't think RGM Blades have been able to change their tactics in terms of not doing many head flicks. That's the main issue that I think I've seen from RGM Blades, because I don't think they realise that the tracking is from the headset and not from the body. So it's 5-0 to No currently. RGM Blades grouping up at that back there, instantly getting taken out. That's very, very smart play from No. They're counting down how long they come back to revive. It's 3 seconds, but as soon as that happens, they get taken out again, so they can't do anything. It's like a stun knock. But it's 9-0 now, 10 seconds left. Can RGM Blades get a point in? He's diving, he's having a fun. 1 point in there again, 2 points in the game. Doing a bit of a moonwalk. Great to see that competitive spirit in some sense from RGM Blades. Right, court 3 is up and running as well. That is IDK versus Techno. Let's have a look. 2-0 straight away to IDK. And we're only 20 seconds in. Techno not moving too much. They don't have any shield. They don't have a shielder. So they can't really defend against the bullets. They have to dodge. If they can't dodge, then it's not going to work out. IDK does have a high charge rate play in case Techno brought in any shielders. They do have their weak shields once again, but it's not enough to deal with. It's not as worth to deal with the shields. because they take 2 or 3 shots and break. But Techno is losing right now by 6 points. It's 7-1 to IDK. And Court 1 is also back in action. Warpstar versus Synergy. That's going to be a really, really good game. We'll have a look. Court 1 and 3 here. IDK now 10-3 to IDK. 10-4 to IDK. A good job there for Techno trying to keep it up with one of the top teams here today. Warpstar taking the lead against Synergy, which is a big surprise. They might beat Synergy. It won't be the first time. I think they beat them in the regionals last week, so it'll be great to see if they can do it again. 4-3 to Warpstar. Synergy need to bring up the pace. No shields gone down from either side. They've all got their weak shields. It's 4-4. 5-4 to Warpstar. Warpstar isn't as aggressive this time. I think they know that if they push up too much, they'll get punished. So they're staying out the back, just like that. They tried pushing up, but they got punched by one of the Synergy players. 5-7 to Team Synergy. Now Synergy's staying at the back. There we go. Warpstar's pushing up now because they know they need it. And they push it into overtime. No, they don't. 8-7. 8-7 on the last second there. Well done to Warpstar, keeping up with Synergy. Unfortunately, they lost just at that last moment, but they did a really, really good job. Here we go. Court 2 is back in action. That is Flying Mongooses versus one of the other teams. I will get those names changed very shortly. That's Flying Mongooses versus Ace here on Court 2. 50 seconds left. 3-3. 6-3. Fighting Mongooses taking them quite a few points in a row just there. I'll be interested to see how fast those points came in. 9-3. Will this be the first win for Fighting Mongooses? It'll be great to see that. Court 3 is also in action. That is Wolfpack versus RGM Blades. Here we are. Fighting Mongooses really showing their prowess now. 14-5, 10 seconds left. Fighting Mongooses takes the win against Ace. Here on Court 3 we have Wolfpack versus RGM Blades. So far, Wolfpack is winning this. They're able to shoot around those shields and break those shields. RGM Blades isn't as fast as Wolfpack, but I'm sure they're going to have a lot of fun, just like they did in the last game. Here we go. In the last 5 seconds, Wolfpack, my apologies, take the win. 12-6. Really, really good job. On court 1, there is a replay for Warpstar versus Synergy. Both sides had a technical issue, so they've agreed to do a replay. And I'm all for it. They almost went into overtime in the last second, so they might go into overtime this time round. It might be as close or not as close, but I'm sure it'll be some good gameplay. On court 2 though, next up will be Cosmic Storm versus No. And on court 3, in just the moment, it will be Fighting Mongos versus Devourers. Here we go, the rematch. Warpstar versus Synergy. Both so very energetic. We can see that from player 1 pushing up to the front, and Ash and Shemai, which is player 5 and 6, also doing them very, player 5 and 4 doing the same thing. They love their slides, they love pushing up forward, even when they probably shouldn't, especially in the last few seconds. But it's 2-1 now, Warpstar. 2-2. Very similar playstyle from the last game and outcome so far. 40 seconds left. We're only halfway through the game. This can still go either way. Warpstar takes the lead in the last 30 seconds here. Can Synergy catch back up? But Court 2 has also started playing. I'll be focusing on Court 1 for Warpstar versus Synergy. Warpstar is keeping that lead. If they can keep that lead, they will win this in the last 10 seconds. 2 points that Synergy need to get. They've gotten one. Can they get the next other? Can they get the next one in the last second like they did last game? But unfortunately, Warpstar gets it. And Warpstar takes the win over Synergy this time round. Unfortunately, Synergy loses out. A win. Incredible. Really, really good game. On Court 2, we have... Court 2, we have Cosmic Storm versus No. Seems to be a very close game so far. Well, actually, no. So 4-point difference to No. No is winning this by a little bit. 5 points now. They can come back, Cosmic Storm. But in the last 10 seconds with the score increasing, I don't think they will do it this time round. And there we go, that's game. Wow. The Synergy versus Warpstar match. Always a good showing. Really, really good. Court 3 is now up. That is Fighting Mongos versus Devourers. I think this is going to be a really, really fun game. Devourers are going to be running all over the place. Fighting Mongos are going to try and get the shots in. But can they hit everyone there running so fast? That's the question. All the shields goes up. It's just shields galore. Who's going to break through those shields first? That's the question. 2-1. Devourers are actually winning this net right now. Really, really good to see. 2-2. ...40 seconds left. 7-4 for Fighting Mongos. 8-4 now. I think Devourers have ran out their shields, so can't really dodge the larger bullet scales from Fighting Mongos, but they've shown a really good effort here. 10 seconds left. 13-5 to Fighting Mongos. And that's game. 15-6 to Fighting Mongos. Really good to see. Court 1, the boss currently have a bye against Titans. But after that, it will be Triple Threat versus Synergy. And on Court 2, we just saw Cosmic Storm versus No winning that game. Next up will be T-Wolves versus Warpstar. And well done to Flying Mongoose is just there. They did beat out Devourers. And next up will be Ace versus Agents of Hado. We haven't seen Agents of Hado in a moment. It'll be good to see them back in it. I've just had some news that Warpstar and Synergy are going at it for the 3rd time in a row. This is because one of the red life markers on Warpstar's side was disappeared early in the game, meaning that Synergy couldn't do anything against them. So they're going for a 3rd round. Hopefully the final round. 1-1, even though there's been errors. It's 1-1. So this one's actually going to be the decider. I'm happy for it. I'm all for it. But we'll soon get started for this game. In fact, we'll get started now. Warpstar is on the red side. Synergy is on the blue side. 3rd game of these two. Both teams, despite the technical errors, have 1-1 each. So this is the 3rd one. We're bound to see who one of these teams win. We are seeing some great sliding. Both these teams are pushing each other to the limit. And we can see that crowd just cheering everyone on. It's a really, really good game. Two really good teams. Warpstar with a 3-point lead. They always take the lead at the start. It's really good to see. Synergy quickly taking 1 point back, but a shield goes down. That shield is going to be really helpful. 30 seconds left, and Synergy haven't scored a second point. Player 2 from Warpstar always pushing up. It's a big risk because they could get hit by one bullet and get taken out because those bullet scales are so big. Unfortunately, one of the players from Synergy gets taken out again. 4-3, 4-4, 10 seconds left. Will this go into overtime once again? Well, it's actually not been overtime once yet. But 5-4. Synergy takes 1 point back. And they win it. Synergy beats out Warpstar. And hopefully for the last time. Maybe there's another technical issue. But for now, we'll head over to Agents of Hado versus Ace on court 3. Agents Hado taking a big lead halfway in 7-2 with a 5 points difference. Ace doing their usual tactic, putting a shield there and hiding behind it and shoot it. But Agents of Hado have someone to take down those shields very quickly, which is good to see. 10-3 now to Agents of Hado. Ten seconds left. There's a 10-point difference. Unfortunately, I don't think Ace is going to catch this back up. So, Agents of Hado gaining a lot of points there. 16-3. We do have confirmation that Warpstar versus Synergy's last game did go through, meaning Synergy did take that win. Next up on court 1 will be Triple Threat versus Synergy. Here we go, Triple Threat versus Synergy. Synergy does have a high charge rate play to deal with Triple Threat shields, so Synergy is in a good position here. After the extensive training they just had against Warpstar, they're in a really, really good position. They might be a bit tired, but I think that training helped, if we can call that training. A failed shield goes up for, well, not up for Triple Threat, causing them to lose a point there. There we go, now the shield goes up. Not sure if that shield was very helpful. Gets taken down very quickly from player 5 on Team Synergy. Right, 20 seconds left. Let's see who can bring it back. Synergy is in control here by quite a big margin now. 5 points, 10 seconds left. Not sure if they'll be able to catch back up. Court 3 is now also underway. That is Fighting Mongooses versus Cosmic Storm. Synergy do take the win against Triple Threat, unfortunately. No replays for that one, I don't believe. But here we are on Court 3 for Fighting Mongooses versus Cosmic Storm. Very close game here, Fighting Mongooses versus Cosmic Storm. 8-6, only a 2-point difference. Ten seconds left, 10-10. Will this go into overtime? Fighting Mongooses managed to get a point there. 2 points now, 2 points lead. Some really, really good shots from player one just then. Rapid fire into one of the players that were grouped up over on Cosmic Storm's team. Right, on Court 2 next up is T-Wars versus Warpstar. Court 1, we have the Boss versus Techno. And on Court 3, we do have a bye for Synergy against Titans. So the next game after that will be Techno versus T-Wolves on Court 3. Here we go. Court 2 versus Warpstar here on Court 2. And Court 1 is also in action. That is the Boss versus T-Wolves. The Boss versus Techno. My apologies. it is T-Wolves versus Warpstar on court 2. I'll be looking at the court 2 gameplay, T-Wolves versus Warpstar, because I'm really interested to see if Warpstar can bring this back. It's a 2-point lead to T-Wolves currently, but I know Warpstar haven't been very close to beating Team Synergy twice now in one day. Can definitely bring this back. 20 seconds left, 2 points each. Will this get pushed into overtime? I don't think it's going to get pushed into overtime. I think one of the teams are going to manage to get 1 point right at the end. Here we go. 5 seconds. Is anyone going to get that point in? There we go. T-Wolves gets that point in. T-Wolves gets 2 points in right at the end. I called it. I want to say I called it, and I did. And they managed to take that win just there. 3-point difference. T-Wolves 5-2. Well done. That also does it for the match on court 1. That was the boss versus Techno just there. So next up for all the courts on court 1, we have Triple Threat versus T-Wolves. On court 2, we have IDK versus Titans, I believe, but I believe they have a bye for that one, but we'll come back to that one shortly. And on court 3, we have Techno versus T-Wolves. Here we go, court 2. That's IDK versus Devourers. I do believe IDK will be able to get this win, although Devourers' unpredictability will help them, I do believe. That is not IDK. My apologies. That is a different team. I will get that sorted as soon as possible. That is No versus Devourers. Court 1 is also in action, so we will have a look at both these two games. We can see that No have absolutely demolished Devourers 14-3. But I'm sure Devourers had a lot of fun there. On court 1, we have Triple Threat versus T-Wolves. T-Wolves have been showing really good growth in this tournament, similar to Triple Threat, in fact. So this is a close game, 3-5. Let's see who can bring those points in. Can Triple Threat earn 2 points in the time that that T-Wolves have? 5 seconds, 5 all. This might go into overtime. Will someone get a point in? And T-Wolves does it again. T-Wolves managed to get a point right at the end of the game. Really, really impressive. They are saving themselves. They do not have to. They do not want to go into overtime right now, T-Wolves. I don't believe. They are very happy to take the win there and there. They don't need to clutch it up right at the end. Really good to see. Here we go. Court 3 and Court 1 in action there. Court 1 has Agents of Hado versus Warpstar. Court 3 has Techno versus T-Wolves. Two very good games here. Court 2 is getting up and running very shortly, but we'll focus on Court 1 and Court 3. We can see that Agents of Hado using their shields quite well I always love to see when Agents of Hado use their shields, because I think they do it really, really well. Warpstar struggling to get through them. I don't think they have a... They do have a high charge rate player, actually. It doesn't seem like those shields are going down. Agents of Hado's accuracy doing really good job to deal with player 6 when they push up forward from Warpstar's team. There we go. They've got no more shields now, though, so Warpstar could bring it back here. Agents of Hado just need to survive for one more second. There we are, 9-7 to Warpstar. 9-7 to Agents of Hado. Court 2 is also up and running just now. That is Ace versus Wolfpack. Here we are. Ace is doing their shield tactic. Definitely inspired from the French, from the Euros. Focus on that shield, keep that shield up, and then shoot through it. Wolfpack moving a bit better so they can shoot round the shield. That shield doesn't need to be broken. And as long as they're staying behind it, thinking that they're safe, they'll be fine. Wolfpack can shoot round it. But here we are. Wolfpack only getting 3 points so far. Not as many as I thought, but those shields must be doing a much better job than expected. 2-6, 20 seconds left. Wolfpack having increased their lead here. 8-2. I don't think Ace has any more shields to use. So unfortunately, they can't protect themselves. And that is game 10-3 to Wolfpack. I hope you have all enjoyed the game so far. We do know the points so far, but unfortunately, I don't believe I can disclose them just yet. I might. Don't tell anyone though. But we are over halfway through. Each court has roughly 12 games left. So there's not too much longer left in the pool stages before we get into the semi-finals and the final stages. On each court, we have court 1, which will be Fighting Mongos versus RGM Blades. I think that's a good game to look out for. Both those teams are a good bunch of fun. I'm sure they're going to do some rolls and jumps and slides. On court 2, we have the Boss versus Triple Threat. I think that's going to be a good trial for Triple Threat. I think Triple Threat could beat the Boss if they play really well. I think the Boss has a bit of an advantage. But yeah, I think Triple Threat does have a shot there. And on court 3, we have Ace versus No. So stay tuned. Here we go, the really exciting game, Fighting Mongos versus RGM Blades. I think this is going to be a lot of fun here. Let's have a look. And Shielder for RGM Blades, in fact, and Fighting Mongos is interesting. I don't think I've seen RGM Blades use a Shielder so far, but they don't seem to be going up. So I still haven't seen RGM Blades use a shield. They need to start using their shield. They've got 80 seconds left and their max shield, so they really should be putting up a shield at least one every 15 seconds. Otherwise they're wasting those shields, because those shields are now have to go up all in the last 30 seconds. In that last 30 seconds, if Fighting Mongos has had a massive lead, they can just focus on dodging rather than attacking. They don't need to break through those shields, especially now. They've already got a 6-point lead against RGM Blades. You can see their shields are going up now. RGM Blades managing to take those points back because of those shields, but if they would put them up earlier, they would have had a high advantage earlier in the game, which would have put pressure on Fighting Mongos. So there we go. Fighting Mongos takes the win against RGM Blades by 3 points, 11-8. Next up on Court 1 will be Devourers versus Wolfpack. Court 2 and Court 3 are just getting up and running, so they'll be up shortly. Here we are, Court 3. That is Ace versus No. I think Ace is going to struggle here against No. No does have a higher charge rate player, steals Ace's shield, and the tactic that they usually use. Failed shield doesn't go up for Ace, unfortunately, but now it does. No already having a 3-point lead, 50 seconds left. Court 1 is also just about to get started, so we'll have a look for both of these games. Court 1 has Devourers versus Wolfpack, so Wolfpack, I do believe, will be winning that one. Ten seconds left on the Ace versus No game. No having a big advantage now. 8 points in, 9 points now in the lead. Time is up, 12-2 to No. Devourers versus Wolfpack here, 3-5. It's quite close. Those shields are coming really handy for Devourers. And the amount of movement that they do is just so hard to hit. 5-6, come on, Devourers. Wow, they absolutely obliterated one of the Wolfpack players who ran to the front. Those shields are coming in fantastic work. 7-7, 10 seconds left. 8-7. Wolfpack is in the lead now. Devourers don't have any more shields left to use. 9-8 to Devourers, and Devourers takes the win against Wolfpack. That is an incredible job. Well done to Devourers. Look at everyone. Look at how the reaction from that. Well done to Devourers. Really good job. Right. Next up, we are still waiting on Court 2's game. That is the boss versus triple threat. On Court 1, we will have IDK versus Warpstar shortly. And then on Court 3, we do have a bye for Fighting Mongos. So the game after that will be T-Wolves versus Ace. Court 2 is back in action. There we go. The boss versus triple threat. 2 points in the lead for the boss. 3 now. Triple threat. I think they need to use their shields, even if they're weak shields, to try and push up. They do actually have a shield there that hasn't managed to put up their shields just yet until now. They've used actually almost all of their shields, in fact. But it just hasn't worked in favour. Those shields that are being placed down are slanted. They're just not working out as well as they would want. 5 seconds left. I do believe the boss has won that one. 9-2 to the boss. There we go. T-Wolves versus Ace. T-Wolves have just come off a loss from Devourers. So no, they didn't actually. That was Wolfpack. T-Wolves is doing quite a good job today. Similar to Warpstar. And they are showcasing that right now as well. 3 points in the lead against Ace. They can't really deal with those shields. It doesn't look like they do have a player with a charge rate of 3, but it doesn't seem to be just about enough to deal with all the shields that Ace are putting down. 5-0 now, 10 seconds left. Good job from T-Wolves there. They take the win. Court 2, Cosmic Storm versus Agents of Hado. Cosmic Storm manages to take the first point against Agents of Hado. Agents of Hado have been doing really well today. They've had a mix of setups, so they've used shields today, which is something I haven't seen too often, which has worked out in the games that they've played against Team Synergy, for example. But 2-4 to Agents of Hado, they've managed to catch back up those few points, and they are hoping to keep this lead, because it's quite a big lead. 5-point lead now for Agents of Hado. With only 35 seconds left, Cosmic Storm will need to speed up here, and up their game to try and catch back up that gap. 30 seconds left. They are doing that right now. They're doing that really, really well. Agents of Hado haven't got too many points. They've gotten 2 points in the last 20 seconds now. They're trying to push up, but it didn't seem to have been working too well. It has cost them a few points. But I think the other two teammates who have stayed at the back have managed to claw those points back, despite losing a few points at the front. 7-11. 11 points to Agents of Hado, 7 points to Cosmic Storm. Here we go. Court 2. RGM Blades versus Synergy. Been a minute since Synergy have been on the court. Same with RGM Blades. So let's see if that refreshed time will help either teams. 2-1. RGM Blades getting a point on Synergy. Synergy getting 3 points on RGM Blades now. It seems like it's just an all shoot out between those two. Between the two teams. We can hear those cheers when RGM Blades get a hit on Synergy. That's really, really good. 2-10, 2-11 to Team Synergy. Really, really good to see. Both teams using a very large bullet scale and bullet speed. Not focusing on shields. No one's used their shields, even though they're weak. No one's used them. We're down to the last 30 seconds. Let's see what can happen here. 2:15 to Team Synergy now. We can see a bit of jumping left and right from Shamai. That jumping left and right does help because despite mainly moving the body, it also moves the head. So the target's a bit different. But 2:20 to RGM, to Team Synergy. Synergy absolutely demolishing them. Player 5 getting not a single kill, which is unfortunate to see from Team Synergy. But that's really, really good nonetheless. Here we go. Looks like there's actually been a replay on Court 2. That is back to RGM Blades versus Synergy. Personally, unfortunately, I don't believe that's going to make a difference to the score, but it might make a difference to the amount of points that Synergy get against RGM Blades. Court 1 is also back in action. That is IDK versus Warpstar. So we'll have a look at both these games. We will be focusing on the IDK versus Warpstar game because we've always seen Synergy versus RGM Blades, although that outcome might be different. On Court 1, IDK gets the first 2 points against Warpstar. Warpstar unfortunately not moving as well as they were in the earlier stages of this tournament. Player 6 still doing their aggressive approach, pushing up to the front, although they do get taken out by those bigger scale orbs that are being fired at them. So a great cross shot there from player 6 of getting around IDK's shield, but it just wasn't enough to take out a player from them. 6-1 to IDK, there's 5 points difference. Once again, that shot going around does get a kill in. That's really, really good. But IDK has seen that and now are focusing down that player. But player 6 is managing to able to dodge some of those hits. And they have caught back up 7-5. This is a really, really good showing from Warpstar. Great slide from player 1 from IDK to the push to the front. But it just about wasn't enough. IDK do take the win. 9-5 to IDK. On the RGN versus Synergy game, it looked like that score was a 14 points to Synergy. So that was a bit less from the last game, but they do still take the win against RGM Blades. Court 3 is finally back up and running. This is Wolfpack versus Triple Threat. Wolfpack did lose against Devourers earlier, which was a big surprise. And might hit they might hit their morale just a bit. So Triple Threat are in a good spot after having a little break between the games. They are 1 point in the lead. Court 2 is also up and running, so we'll have a look at that. We will be focusing on the Wolfpack versus Triple Threat game happening on Court 3. 2-2. They've managed to catch those points back up. A shield goes up for Triple Threat, which is really, really good to see. They blocked off some of those hits, but a counter shield goes down for Wolfpack. They're keeping up that shield there for Triple Threat's side, which is a good idea if their attackers can utilize that time to hit hit the enemy. 15 seconds, 4-3. 5-3 to Wolfpack now, 10 seconds. Triple Threat can bring this back if they just get those hits in. A shield going up for Triple Threat, but that shield isn't doing too much there. And unfortunately, Triple Threat didn't do enough just at the end there. Wolfpack taking the win 5-4. But here we are on Court 2. We have the next game, the next two teams, which is No versus Techno. No having a massive lead, 15-0, 16-1. A very, very strong, dominant and showing experience of how good No is. 16-1. I think that's the highest number I've seen today, apart from the redo of RGM Blades and Synergy. 16 points in one game. Very, very impressive. Right, a roundup of the next games that we have coming up. So, on Court 1, we will have the Devourers versus the Boss. On Court 2, we will be having Agents of Hado versus RGM Blades. And on Court 3, we will have the Boss versus Ace. There are about 9 games left on each court, with a semi-final and a final going on at the end. But we can first jump to Court 1, which is just getting started. This is Devourers versus the Boss. I do believe the Boss will have a good chance here at winning, but I always like seeing the Devourers play. So energetic, so much running around. Their shields do go up, but unfortunately I don't think they have a shield player. Oh, they do have a shield player this time around. But then energy that they bring is fantastic. 0-6 to the Boss. The Boss has just shown why they are one of the top teams in the UK. They're currently positioned 3rd in the UK with Synergy at first and IDK in second. The boss 8 points, Devourers 1 point. 30 seconds left. It is not a very close game, unfortunately, for the Devourers, but the boss are really showing their strengths here, targeting the players when they come up and getting those one-hit KOs. 16-2 to the boss. 17-2. Now that's the newest, highest one I've seen. Really, really good. Here we go. Agents of Hado versus RGM Blades. RGM Blades did just go up against one of the best teams in the UK. Well, the best team in the UK, according to the rankings right now. So they are probably a bit tired. Or maybe they just want to try and bring it back against Agents of Hado, who are in the lead 3-1. A failed shield goes up for RGM Blades, but there it is now. They recovered by dodging the attacks that went up against them when the failed shield didn't go up. I'm seeing a lot more head movement from player 4 from RGM Blades, which is really good to see. However, player 3 there on Agents of Hado's side is just sniping away, taking their time, picking a target, and hitting them. Even though they are on one petal up, they've just been taken out. Even though they were on one petal, they weren't too worried. And they were still dodging slowly and very just efficient. But it's 13-2 to Agents of Hado. Let's see if they can bring any more points back for RGM Blades. Doesn't look like it. And that is time. 13-2 to Agents of Hado. On court 2 after this match, it will be Devourers versus IDK. Here we go on court 1. We have Synergy versus Cosmic Storm. Synergy are in the lead by 3 points right now, so it's quite a good start for them. Four points now, 5 points for Synergy. Ash on Team Synergy trying to push up there, managing to do so and getting a KO in the process. Some small head flicks, that's what you need to dodge the bigger orbs. So what they're doing is looking at the hand movement, and if it's about to get fired or if they're going to put up the shield, they know when to dodge and when to move out of the way. 9-1 to Team Synergy now. With 15 seconds left, Cosmic Storm has quite a big gap to try and fill. I don't believe they will be able to in the time frame. So it's just all about synergy and how they are going to get more points onto the board. So it's a small jump shot there, which is great to see. Really good to see. 12-3 to Synergy. And straight on to court 3, which is the Boss versus Ace. Two Brighton teams, I believe. So it'll be good to see how Brighton does against their own teams. Something that I haven't actually been able to see too much, given that I am in the commentary location. So 2-1 to the Boss so far. The shield goes up for the Boss. Running up quickly gets taken down by Ace. Ace haven't been able to do their usual shield tactics, which is put up a shield and hide behind it. And they're trying to push up Ace, but is unable to from the Boss. Boss is just creating a wall, not out of shields, just out of bullets, to stop Ace from moving up. There we go. They try putting up a shield. The Boss just decimates the shield and cuts straight through it. 12-1 to the Boss now. 20 seconds left. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Ace will be able to bring this back up. Will this be a new record for today for the amount of points won in a turn? 18. There we go. That is another one that I've seen today. That's the highest one I've seen today. But that is game over for Ace. And on to the next one, which will be a bye for Agents of Hado. Meaning that Devourers versus Synergy will be happening on Court 3 shortly. Court 2, it is firstly, Court 2 will be Devourers versus IDK, which is happening right now. Here we go, Devourers going up against the second best team in the UK according to the rankings. It's going to be a very difficult one for Devourers to try and do. IDK 5-6 points now in the lead, halfway into the game. They're just staying in the back, IDK, which is a smart move. They don't need to push up. Because Devourers are pushing up, they're already closing the gap. They don't need to close the gap anymore, because they know their aims really well. Great slide from IDK's player, right to the front. It's really good to see those slides. Devourers moving a lot, and it's hard to hit such fast moving targets. Slight technical issue there, our apologies, but it's showing a really good play style from IDK. Focusing on staying in the back. They're destroying the shield, even though they don't need to necessarily, because they can shoot around it. They're still getting rid of those shields, just to get rid of that hassle. But it goes 12-1 to IDK. On Court 1, we are about to start Fighting Mongos versus Techno. Court 2, it will be No versus Triple Threat. And Court 3, it will be Devourers versus Synergy. Court 1 and Techno going up next. Shields going up for Fighting Mongos. Fighting Mongos get first point in, taking their time, getting their hits in. It's good to see. I think Fighting Mongos has certainly improved as the day has progressed compared to how they were in the morning. They've won a lot more games later on than they were at the start. Though the earlier games were tougher opponents, in my opinion. So they have had an easier shot at getting wins later on. But it is 8-5. Techno is doing a good job at keeping up with Fighting Mongos' scores. 9-6 now. If they could use their resources, if they have any more shields left, they could use those to block some of the Fighting Mongos' attacks. But it doesn't seem like they need it. 9-9. 15 seconds left. They might be able to catch back up. 10-9. Will this get pushed into overtime? We haven't had an overtime in too long, so I would like to see an overtime. 12-10, 2 points that Techno need, and unfortunately they aren't able to get it. It goes to Fighting Mongos. 13-10. Good job to Fighting Mongos. We can see here that Court 3 is just about to get started. That is Devourers versus Team Synergy. And on Court 2, we have No versus Triple Threat. Two very good games, I think, we'll be seeing. I think the big question is, will Synergy be able to beat the 12 points that IDK did against Devourers, or will they lose less, or they will not? Will they not get as many points? But we're about to find out. Here we go. Both Court 2 and 3 are off. I will be focusing on Court 2. Here we go. No versus Triple Threat. So far, No gets that first point in. Triple Threat has done good today, so they could beat against No. It's going to take a lot from them. I think they need to place their shields really well. Is the big thing that they need to do, which they have just done there. Sometimes one of the players from Triple Threat I've noticed has put the shield across the line. Putting it across the line doesn't necessarily help them, because the opposition, in this case Team No, can just shoot right around that shield or just walk in front of that shield, and it basically does nothing. They can just ignore it. It's a wasted resource. But those shields that they've just placed from Triple Threat are really, really good, because they're blocking a lot of attacks and they can shoot straight through it, and they don't need to worry about doing too much. But a failed shield doesn't go up. 8-4 to Team No. As we quickly look over to Synergy versus Devourers, Synergy has got 16, 17 points now. Very, very good to see. 9-4 to No. No has been showcasing a very, very good playstyle and performance lately. I believe they won the regional, or came second in the regional, which is really impressive. Especially since Synergy, one of the top teams in the UK right now, was one of those finalists. But on the other side, Court 3, Synergy did win against Devourers 17-1. But here we are back onto Court 1. We have RGM Blades versus T-Wolves. T-Wolves have been doing a good job, similar to No, in fact. So I think they've got a really, really good chance against RGM Blades today. Five to the T-Wolves. I do have my bets on T-Wolves winning this one, but I do see that player 2 from RGM Blades. They're moving their head a lot more now, which is good to see. They're not doing their side-to-side motion. I think they've definitely learned and improved as the day's gone, and from last week when they were in the regionals. So They're focusing on their head movement rather than the body movement, which is really good to see. 3-11 to T-Wolves now. T-Wolves in a great position. They can push up. They can risk it. With 6 seconds left, they just want to get more points in. Great job from T-Wolves. 16-5. Right, next up on all the courts, we've got 5 games left on court 1. We have 5 games left on court 2. And we have, surprisingly, or not surprisingly, 5 games left on court 3 as well. 4 games. 4 games. On each of the courts, court 1 we have Wolfpack versus Techno. Court 2 we have Fighting Mongos versus Warpstar. And on court 3 we will have T-Wolves versus Cosmic Storm. Right, Fighting Mongos are straight into a battle with Warpstar. Warpstar is struggling here, which is a bit of a surprise. I think they have gotten tired, as you can see in those comments on the chat. If you do want to leave a comment, feel free to. But they have used a lot more energy than they expected against those matches again with Synergy. Despite that, they managed to claw it back. They're now in the lead 11 points to 5. Some good sliding from the front player. That front player is a great distraction to the enemy bullets because they think they've got to focus that really fast player. But realistically, they need to focus the 2 players at the back who aren't moving very much. Which they are now. I really like seeing that player 1 is focusing down Warpstar's player 6. They got a few kills on them, which is good to see, but 7-14 to Warpstar. Good showing. There we go. We can hear that crowd. It is. That is T-Wolves versus T-Wolves versus Cosmic Storm. Five points now to T-Wolves. Good to see. T-Wolves have been really doing well. Just shooting well. 5-1 now. Here we go. We're halfway in. They have a dominant lead against Cosmic Storm, which is great to see. 9-1. It's an 8-point difference. 9 points difference. 30 seconds left. I think Cosmic Storm are going to struggle at trying to catch back up. T-Wolves' accuracy has just been superb this game. Cosmic Storm trying to push up, but it's just not working too well. Player 2 there, despite having a really small bullet scale, their accuracy is actually doing quite well, hitting the small petals. There we go, they've just got a kill with them. They're really aggressive despite that. Despite the small bullet scale. Really good to see though. 16-3 to T-Wolves. And we're back at it. The boss versus RGM Blades. I think this is going to be a clean sweep, unfortunately, for the boss. You know, they're going to score a lot of points here. RGM Blades is doing a lot more movement than they are. It's great to see. I do think they should have bought a shielder though. They went for a very large bullet scale but a slow bullet speed. With the boss, I think they need to put more into speed, because those bullets are just too slow. Unless they push up forward, which they aren't doing, those bullets aren't going to hit the boss. They're just too good at dodging. Right now, I also just saw that 2 of the players from RGM Blades were grouping up together. If you group up together, those bullets can just hit, get a KO, and then hit the next person behind it. It's a very, very bad idea if you group up. 7 points now, 7-0 to the boss. And that is time. 8-0. On court 2, just after this game, the boss versus the RGM Blades, it now will be Wolfpack versus Warpstar. And we're back. Court 3 is having to redo with Agents of Hado versus No, unfortunately. So that is Agents of Hado versus No on Court 3. On Court 1, we do have a slight delay, but it will be it is Techno and Wolf versus Wolfpack. There's a medical issue, so they had to find a sub. But we are nonetheless on the go. We have Techno versus Wolfpack on Court 1. We'll have a look. Wolfpack are in the lead by quite a large margin. 30 seconds left with 4 points difference. It's not too bad there. 20 seconds left, 6 points difference. Wolfpack in the lead. Wolfpack pushing up to the front, slightly crossing the line there. If you cross the line, everything basically stops working. You can't charge your bullets. But it doesn't seem to have affected them too much. Wolfpack just charging in there, taking that win. Good job there. On Court 3, I believe that was a Agents of Hado win. Oh no, it was a no. No won, it beat Agents of Hado 15-3. Alright, here we go. Court 2 is underway. That is Wolfpack versus Warpstar. From last week, when they did the regionals against each other, this was a very close match. I believe it will be again. Warpstar's performance from today has been slightly better than Wolfpack's, so I do believe that Warpstar will be able to take the win on this game. That's just my opinion. It could switch. We're only halfway through and it's 4-3. It's very still neck and neck. 40 seconds there. Shield goes up for player 1. And it gets quickly taken out. Wolfpack is trying to use their resources well, but it just doesn't seem to be working. A little 1v1 right at the front from player 2 and player 6, I believe. It just didn't seem to work out there. We also have court 1 up and running, which is IDK versus that is Ace. IDK versus Ace. And that is time up for Warpstar versus Wolfpack. And Warpstar takes the win. 15 points to Warpstar, 8 to Wolfpack. IDK are in the lead, beating Ace by quite a big margin. That is expected, but let's see how big of a margin. They got 30 seconds left, and it's 14 points to IDK, which is a huge lead. 16 now. Will this be the new record for the highest amount of points I've seen today? 18 was the record, but now it's 19. Will they be able to hit 20? Yes, they will. 22 points, 23 points. It's just racking up. Quite a good showing there. 23 points to 0 to IDK versus Ace. After these games will be No gets a bye on court 1. So it will be Fighting Mongos versus Triple Threat on court 1. Court 2 will be Cosmic Storm versus The Boss. And court 3 will be one of these matches very soon. I will let you know as soon as possible. Here we go, court 3 is on. That is Agents of Hado versus Techno. Zero 0 right now. I think this will be a game towards Agents of Hado. Agents of Hado just starts off very slowly and then moves on to a bit more of an aggressive approach towards the end of the match. I don't know if that's just to conserve energy, but there we go. Now they're moving up. Earlier than I expected. Usually it's on the back half that they start pushing up, which they are right now. 40 seconds left, 4-5. It's quite a close match right now. Still neck and neck. It can still go either way. 5-6 now to Agents of Hado. 6-6. There we go. Agents of Hado now pushing up forward and getting that lead just by a small amount. 8-8. We haven't had an overtime in a long time. Probably about 20 games now. So it'll be quite interesting if we see one. 10-8. 11-8. 3 seconds left. Will Agents of Hado be able to continue their lead? Yes, they will. And they take the match against Techno. Court 2 is now up. We can hear that crowd roaring. This is Cosmic Storm versus the Boss. Ooh, many shields going up for Cosmic Storm there. It does seem like there's a bit of graphical error for one of the players on Cosmic Storm. This might be a replay given that. That is a lot of shields just hiding away back there. I'm not too sure if Cosmic Storm is firing anything back, but I do believe there is a technical error on this match. Hello to everyone in the chat. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Cosmic Storm just burying themselves behind those shields, but it doesn't seem that any shots are coming out from them. I think they've ran out of the shields now, and they just got to focus on dodging. But unfortunately, since they aren't shooting back, they aren't able to get any points. There's now 10 seconds left. 6 points now to the boss. I believe that will be a win for the boss. Court 1 is up and running. This is Flying Mongooses versus Triple Threat. Fighting Mongooses versus Triple Threat. Fighting Mongos is having a 2-point lead against Triple Threat. It's unfortunate to see that Triple Threat isn't doing as well as they were this morning, because they're a very strong team. A shield doesn't go up. They've actually not got any shielders from Triple Threat. That is a big surprise. Usually one of them goes for a shielder, but it doesn't seem that they've decided that path this time. Not sure if it's worked in their favour. Fighting Mongooses don't have the best accuracy, and then when you put shields in front of them, it's a much harder to let them get hits on you. So a bit of surprise that that Triple Threat didn't go for shields this time. 5 seconds left. Can they get 4 points in? I don't believe it's possible, and unfortunately Triple Threat do lose this round. Fighting Mongooses takes this win. Once again, Fighting Mongos have done a fantastic job in these later games. They've really clawed back those wins and showcased that they are a decent team. Here we are Court 3, RGM Blades versus IDK. I think RGM Blades are going to have a lot of fun with this one. This is almost the penultimate match of the pool stages. We've only got a few more pool stages left before we move on to the semi-finals and finals. Here we are, IDK having a 5-point lead halfway through the match. Can RGM Blades get any points on the board? It'll be great to see some. IDK, when it comes to these matches, they don't move anywhere near as much. They just look at that crowd roar when they get a point in. That's great to hear. That is fantastic to hear. Yes, as I was saying, when IDK goes against these players, they don't need to move as much. They conserve their energy for a later game. But right now, it's quite a big lead, 16-2, 2 seconds left. And RGM Blades are still happy for getting those 2 points on the board. Really good to see. We are very shortly cutting over to one of the last few pool stages for Court 1 and Court 2. These will be... this will be Ace versus Synergy on Court 1. And this will be T-Wolves versus Devourers on Court 2. Here we go for the penultimate match on Court 3. There's still plenty left. This is No versus Warpstar. Warpstar have been achieving really good points, wins today. So has No once again beating out the boss earlier today, which was a fantastic game. Big shock to, I'm sure, everyone here at UK Hado at the country headquarters. But we are about to start on all three courts. Court 2 is also up and running, so we'll have to switch over to Court 2 and 3. Here we go on court 3. We can still see though, No is slightly behind Warpstar by 3 points. And now, apologies for all the switching. We now need to showcase all 3 courts at the same time. Court 3. No versus Warpstar, neck and neck. 10 seconds left. 2 points in it. Great slides, great dodging from both teams. Good head flicks. This is a neck and neck game. Really, really close. Both teams showing who and why they are here today. You can see that Warpstar managed to get 2 points in the middle of the game, just about pulling ahead of Team No. But let's have a look at Court 1 and Court 2 now. Court 2, we have T-Wolves versus Devourers. I think T-Wolves is managing to take that game 11-4. And over on Court 1, we have Ace versus Synergy. Synergy is managing to score very, very high. As we saw earlier, IDK managed to get 22-0 against Ace. Can Synergy beat that score? They got 17-2, 18-3 on Synergy. Synergy's game on Court 1. We'll switch over just to Court 1 so we can see that. 5 seconds left. 21-3, 22-3, 23-3. That is the new highest point I've seen today. However, they did concede 3 points against Ace, whereas IDK conceded 0. So, it's going to be a very, very close match in the semi-finals and final stages. We still do not know who are in those places. That will be the top 4 teams moving on to the semi-finals, and then whoever wins those moves on to the finals. But on each court we have one final game. On Court 1, unfortunately there is a bye. Wolfpack does get a bye, so there won't be a match on Court 1, as Titans unfortunately could not be here today. On Court 2, it will be Agents of Hado versus Triple Threat. 2 teams that did really, really well at the start of today and have unfortunately dropped off just a little bit towards the end. And on Court 3, there will be Cosmic Storm versus IDK. So, 2 more games on the pool stages, Court 2 and 3 to look forward to. Please stay tuned. Hado, the final game for Court 3 and Court 2. Once again, Court 1, one's last game, Wolfpack versus Titans. Wolfpack did have a bye. But on Court 2, we have Agents of Hado versus Triple Threat. And Court 3, we have Cosmic Storm versus IDK. I'll be focusing on the Agents of Hado versus Triple Threat. Two teams who have a very similar progression throughout today. Started off really, really strong. Good form and good gameplay. However, they did slowly drop out during the later games. Perhaps they were getting tired. But we can see who can win this one. Let's see when all these teams redeem themselves. Triple Threat have decided to go for their shielder once again, where Agents of Hado have neglected to do a shield and going on their assaultive. So they really like staying at the back, shooting from afar, and not risking pushing up too often with a shield. We do have that one player, player 3, who always likes to push up just slightly, even when they're on one petal, when I think they should come back instead. But they do push up, and they manage to do some head flicks to help them out. Triple Threat, on the other hand, they're a bit more discombobulated. I think they just need to call out what they're doing a bit better to help their shielder know where and when to place the shields. But unfortunately, they did not win that one. But Agents of Hado ended on a high 7-4 to Agents of Hado. And on Court 3, we can see that IDK did win that match against Cosmic Storm 21-0. So they almost beat out their score against Ace, which was 22-0, but just not their 21-0. It's still very, very good score. Right. We will be back with the semi-finals. That is the top 4 teams from the pool stages very shortly. So stay tuned for that. That will be a little later. And we are back with the semi-finals and finals, third place, all of them for today. We have the top 4 teams will be taking part in this. So that was IDK who came first, Synergy who came second, Team No came third, and the Boss came fourth. So how we are doing this is in the semi-finals it will be the top place, so first place team versus a fourth place team, so that will be IDK versus the Boss for one of the semi-finals. But first up it will be Synergy versus Team No, second place versus third place for the first semi-finals of the day. Afterwards it will then be IDK versus the Boss, and then whoever wins the semi-finals will move on to the finals. We will firstly have a third place playoff before we hit into the finals, but that will decide who gets the championships for today, but not in terms of the ranking points. These all go to the ranking points, so please be aware that the rankings for the UK Championships may change despite one of these teams winning the UK Championships, I believe. So here we are. We'll get started very, very soon. Here we go. No shields on either side. It's just going to be a straight shootout for Synergy and No. They'll be focusing on who has the better accuracy and who can dodge those bullets. So no team have went for shields once again, but Synergy has got a higher charge rate for one of their players. Player 1 has a higher charge rate of 3 and player 3 has a charge rate of 2. So they're expecting Team No to go for some sort of shields. So they went for a balanced approach. But Synergy are in a worse position, given that they don't have the speed or size that Team No has when they shoot the energy balls. But Synergy, since they do have a faster charge rate, they can shoot more, so No is on the move more. They can't No can't charge as many bullets as fast, so it'll be somewhat easier for Synergy to dodge when the bullets are shooting at them, because they know when a bullet is flying at them. But it is neck and neck, 3-3. 20 seconds left. These will be best of 3s, I believe. So still a very, very tight match, all to play for. Both teams trying to push up. They're trying to use all their resource that they have. Team No now have used all their shields. Synergy having 1 shield left, and they managed to take it on the first round. 4-3 to Synergy. Very, very close. I think this is going to be a really, really good match for today. Let's have a look at those stats. We can see that No had a huge hit rate advantage, 47% of hits with their 20 bullets on a charge rate of 1, which is fantastic to see. Beating out Synergy in the hit rate challenge. Just hit rate. It'll be interesting to see if either team change up their playstyle. I feel like, given the fact that No doesn't have any shields in that round, I think Synergy will assume that they're not going to go for shields again, and they're just going to go even more of an aggressive approach. So put in less in charge rate and more into bullet scale or bullet speed. Whereas No I think is gonna... I think it'll be really interesting. I think if No brings out shields, it might surprise Synergy, and Synergy won't be able to handle that. So perhaps No will put up two shielders instead. But we will wait and find out as the next game gets ready and set up. Here we go. No shielders on either side. Oh, both teams actually staying relatively the same. Synergy exactly the same stats, I think. No actually going in, more into their charge rate. I think that will help them to keep Synergy at bay with that higher charge rate. Or perhaps they were expecting a shielder. But because they don't have any shielders, that it's all just going to be a straight shootout, focusing on dodging rather than shielding and blocking. But a shield goes down for Team No. Quickly getting dismantled by Synergy. There's 1-1, 50 seconds left. It's still very close to call. Both sides are doing a really, really good job. There we go. Synergy's taking a big lead there. 4 points ahead of Team No. No isn't able to handle the flurry of blows that Synergy is putting on them. 2 shields remaining there for Synergy. 1 shield still there. It's just been broken. KO, good KO there for Synergy's player on the right-hand side, player 2. 10 seconds left. I don't believe No will be able to catch up with only 6 seconds now. 3-point difference. Synergy is deciding to push up, try and get as many points as possible. And that is time. 7-4 for Team Synergy. Synergy moves on to the finals. And No are into the 3rd place stage. We can see the hit rate. Wow. 42% on either side. 42.1% for player 6 on the blue side. Really, really good. Synergy deciding, really, well, not deciding, but they're getting their aim up much, much higher compared to their previous round. They certainly showcase why they are one of the best teams in the UK. Next up, though, it will be IDK versus the Boss. This will be the 2nd place final for today to see who can bring it into the final. My bets are on Synergy in getting to the final. They move. I think they move better. Their aim is slightly better than the Boss, and of course they did come first in today's pool stages, which is a fantastic showcasing of skill. So it will be IDK versus the Boss very, very shortly. And we are ready to get started. IDK versus the boss. So, both teams are going for one shield at each. Very, very high bullet speed from either side. Not very much in bullet scale, so they're focusing on their pinpoint accuracy rather than trying to get instant KOs from a larger bullet scale. Those shields, I do believe, will come in quite handy to help assist in those fast bullet speeds. It's really, really hard to dodge. If you've ever tried Hado, it's very hard to dodge the bullet speeds when they're coming at you that fast. But we can see that IDK is in the lead with 2 points. 2 shields going down for IDK, allowing their player 1 just to sit behind it, snipe them, and we can see that that snipe has just worked miraculously and gotten 3 points for IDK. The boss is unable to break through those shields. It seems like they're a bit frozen right now. Not moving very well and not attacking those shields that IDK is clearly just hiding behind. Do they have the bullet speed, charge rate to deal with that? That's the question. 5 seconds left. I don't believe the boss will be able to catch this game back up, so it will be an IDK victory 6-1 on the first match. Next will be the same thing again. Will it be the same outcome? Will it be a different outcome? I think it will be the same outcome, and I have my bets on that. The final will be an IDK final versus Synergy. That will mean a very, very, very high octane match with a lot of suspense. This next match will get started very, very soon. I hope you all have enjoyed today's stream. We still have a few matches left to play, so please stay tuned. It has been a wild one today. We've got 12 people watching, which is great to see. Hello to all the people in the comments right now. But it is IDK versus the boss as we wait. If you want, message your favourite moment that you've seen today and perhaps your favourite match. Personally, I think it was No beating the boss. I think that was a real shocker for me because I know the boss is one of the top teams in the UK. And seeing No come out on top was amazing, especially seeing the crowd reaction on the live stream. That was great. As we wait for this next game, it seems like they may be discussing a few tactics, maybe discussing what they should try against IDK. These two teams are Brighton teams, so they do train together. They probably know each other's way of attack and defense quite well. So it'll be interesting to see if No can claim a victory on IDK. I hope they do. I hope this goes and gets into a third round. It'll be much more interesting. But it seems like it's the exact same stats as last game. Apart from one player on the boss has a higher charge rate to try and deal with those pesky shields that IDK do hide behind from Paris. Paris puts down 2 shields and it gets in the way of the boss getting killed during that time. But there we go. 2 shields go down for the boss, but quickly get decimated by IDK. And IDK's shield also goes down. Seems like 2 of them somewhat ran into each other for IDK just there. But it's 1-1. That's good to see. The shield goes down, but that shield goes down so much quicker because of the high charge rate that the boss has brought on. It's great to see. There's another shield down for IDK. IDK is running low on shields. They've got 2 heavy shields left. It's only a 2-1. There's still 40 seconds left of the game. So it's actually quite close right now. 30 seconds left. The boss can bring this back. They have more resources than IDK right now. It's just that they need to get those hits in. There we go. 2-2. 20 seconds left. There's the last shield, that strong shield from IDK. It's getting quickly destroyed by the boss. That's really, really good work from the boss there. 10 seconds left. 2-2. Will this get pushed into overtime? 1 petal left for player 3 on IDK. All of the boss have 1 petal as well, so it's very crucial that they can dodge those. There we go. It gets pushed into overtime. We haven't had an overtime for a very long time in this tournament, but we will see who wins. First knockout wins. Hello, fight. Here we go. One last shield goes up for the boss. Please do not hide behind that, because as soon as it breaks, bullets will get hit, and like I said, bullets will get through that shield, and it does. 3-2 to IDK. Very, very close match. Really, really good plays from both teams. I think the boss proved that they can keep up with IDK, and perhaps just a bit more training will help, because when they switched up to a fast charge rate, that 5 charge rate, and beat down those IDK shields, IDK was struggling. They had to retreat back a lot more, and it was a much more close and intense game. So really, really good job from both teams. But that does mean that we do have our finalists and our 3rd place match. That will be Team No versus the boss for 3rd place. They'll be fighting out for 3rd place. And Synergy versus IDK for 1st place in the UK Championships tournament. This is going to be a very intense match, and we will be back with it very, very soon. Here we go, the 3rd place match, No versus the boss. In the last game, when No faced the boss, No did beat the boss. So, it is all to play for in this match. And I have also just got confirmation that whoever wins the final of this tournament will be crowned the UK champions 2024. So stay tuned for that. But anyway, back to the boss versus the No. The boss takes the first point against No, and we're 30 seconds into the match. Shield's going up for the boss quite well, but no managing to get a point back or a point back. That shield that they're hiding behind is really, really effective, but as soon as it breaks, there we go, there's a KO. A lot of these players are hiding behind those shields so needingly that, I don't know if that's a word, but they're needing to hide behind that shield. But as soon as that shield breaks, those bullets go straight through it and they get hit. I think that's something that all these teams should work on, being aware when that shield is about to break. But anyway, the boss is 2 points up against the Team No. 15 seconds left. It's still all to play for. If No can get through those shields, which they just have done, they can win. But however, one of the headsets for one of the players have dropped off, suggesting this might be a replay. I am not too sure, because since one of those headsets that the boss was using dropped off, that is unfair on Team No, because that means that one player is just they aren't able to hit one player. It seems that the referee will be judging if that will be replayed. Looks like they are rewatching the live stream. Well, hello there, Jim. Welcome to the live stream. But it does seem that they did disconnect, so that match will more than likely be replayed if all things are checked out correctly. But anyway, that was a good game there. Nonetheless, I think Team No did a good job at putting up. Just 1 second, everyone. We'll be cutting to the intermission screen. Yeah? Yeah? As expected, that will be a replay for game one. So, back to square zero. No versus the boss. I think both teams are going to stick with the exact same tactics. There's no real reason to change too much. I think if No just focuses down those shields, gets rid of all their shields really quickly, the boss is in for it, and they're going to struggle at keeping up with the No's pacing. Because I think No is a bit better at dodging compared to the boss, and that's why the boss relies on those shields. But I'm sure we'll find out very, very shortly when this next game gets started. Let's make sure those headsets are on properly and nothing gets broken this time around. Looks like there's an error with the headsets once again. So we'll be right back until the match starts. Here we go. We've got one shielder on the boss, no shielders on Team No. And the game is on. 70 seconds. 80 seconds, in fact. But the Team No does have a high charge rate player 4. I think they should have went for 5 to deal with those shields. Because those shields are going to become very, very handy for the boss. There we go, the boss places down those shields. They've went through 3 shields already. Well, the third one is up right now, but they still get their first point in. The boss leading 1 point, and we're always at the halfway mark. There we go, Team No hits the middle player on the boss with a large orb. That was a very good shot, but there's the second to last shield for the boss. Quickly decimated from Team No. Team No is neck and neck. They're hiding. They're hiding 1 point behind them. There we go. 3-3. It's so close. 20 seconds left. Who is going to take this? The boss is edging the lead just by a tiny bit by getting those 1 points ahead of No. But 4 seconds left. Last shield up for the boss. Team No need to push up and get those kills. Are they able to get one more KO? Yes, they are. It goes into overtime. 4-4 overtime. Our second overtime in the semi-final. Let us see who can win. Not semi-final. This is the battle for third. Here we go. First knockout wins. No shields on either side. Who is just going to get their hits in? One hit in for Team No, but it wasn't KO. And unfortunately, the boss gets a hit in for No. So No loses the first round against the boss. But we can see how close that game was. A really, really good showing of both teams' skills. The boss having a slightly higher hit rate compared to Team No at 34.7%. But I do think No does have a good chance next game. I reckon if they increased their charge rate to a charge rate of 5 to get through the boss's shields, they would be in a much better position. It's just that the boss has so many shields, 5 shields, 5 strong shields. No can't get through those quick enough unless they have a higher charge rate player. That's my assumption that I think No should do and hopefully will do. But perhaps the boss just decides to switch up their entire strategy and goes no shields and just goes straight shootout and hope that No decides that they're going to focus more on breaking down shields rather than getting kills. It'll be interesting to see, but I do still think No is in the better position for dodging when they have no shields left compared to the boss, but the boss has just managed their resources better than No currently. But we will hopefully, I've said but too many times, we will be getting to the second round of this third place match. There we go. They've increased one of the players' charge rate into 242 charge rate for each of their players. There we go. There's the first shield for the boss. Will No take that shield down? Yes, they are. They're trying to take that shield down. And as soon as that shield goes, they get hits in. When that shield is about to go down, I think the boss needs to get away from it, just run away from it, and then come back from it for it later. But No gets the first point, and then the boss instantly gets the next point back. Maybe this is going to be a showing of the reverse of this game. But 2 shields down. Those 2 shields are very distracting for Team No because they don't know which one to go for. I think they should focus on the stronger shield, the one that's got 2 players hiding behind. The shielder on the boss only has 1 shield left, and there's only 30 seconds left of the match, meaning that No has the chance of getting more resources in this next stage. There we go. There's 2 shields there. There's the last 2 shields for the boss. They managed to break through. It is neck and neck. 3-2. The boss is managing to get those hits in more than Team No. But No is catching back up. 3-3. 10 seconds left. This is such a close match again. Who is going to get that kill in? 5 seconds. Will this get pushed into overtime once again? Will one of the teams get in? And Team No gets it. 4-3. Amazing gameplay. Amazing accuracy as well. That was really, really, really good. Let's have a look at this. The amount of bullets used from player 2, 57, that was all on the shields, I guarantee it. Player 2 probably doesn't have a high hit rate in terms of petals hit, but they certainly do have on the shields. We can see that it was a very, very tight game, and I'm sure you're loving to see this too. We will be moving on to the final match for No versus the Boss. This will decide who goes into third place. Do I think that either team are going to switch up their tactics? I think because of how close these two games have been, they're going to stick with the same tactics. It's minute, the differences that are happening. I don't believe if the Boss switches or to an aggressive approach, I don't think that's going to make the biggest amount of difference, if I'm being honest. I think if both teams stay the same, it's going to be a very similar outcome, and it can realistically just go either way. I don't know which team's going to win. I have no idea. But we're about to find out. Exactly the same stats. Apart from No has reduced one of their charge rate players down to 1 rather than 2. So will that come in handy, or will that knock 5 shields for the Boss? 1 shield down already, another shield up for the Boss. Those kills from the Boss's side are going down a lot slower, and that is the reason why No is not able to get those kills in. The Boss is in the lead, 3-0 to the Boss. 40 seconds, almost 40 seconds left, almost halfway through. Their shields are lasting a very long time. However, all their shields are now gone. They've got one more heavy shield. That last heavy shield might come in handy, but as soon as it breaks, they are out of resources. Whereas No still have 2 weak shields. 3 points in it. No can bring this back. They definitely can. An amazing shot by player 1, taking out 3 petals in 1 shot. 20 seconds left, 2 points difference. If No can get their hits in, they can certainly bring this into overtime. However, they tried pushing up and it didn't seem to work out. 5-3, 10 seconds left. They only need 2 KOs. Can they get it in the last 5 seconds? 6-3, 2 seconds left. 6-4. An amazingly close game. Really, really well played from both teams. I'm sure both teams are quite happy with how they've performed. 6-4. That does mean that Team No, the Boss, the Boss are in 3rd place, and No come 4th in the UK Championships. And I'm sure they are very, very proud of that, because that was an amazing performance. A really, really tight game. I do believe that dropping that 1 charge rate in one of the players, in player 3, I think, for Team No, costs them a few more hits than they were expecting, because those shields lasted quite a bit longer. I saw that the Boss was, rather than putting a shield, letting it break, and then putting up a shield a few, 5 seconds later, they instead just kept putting up shields. They just kept putting up shields, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. And I don't think Team No was expecting that, so they didn't focus down those shields as quickly as they did in previous games. But well done. That was really, really good. We are on to the final game. This is the finals. Synergy versus IDK. go. The final. A shielder for IDK, no shielders for Synergy. Synergy loves going no shields. They really like their aggressive approach, but 2 of them have already been hit by bullets. Player 1 for Team Synergy does have a higher charge rate to deal with those shields from IDK. I think that Synergy are going to focus down those shields, unlike Team No in that last match, a lot quicker, but they're trying to break through that shield. But look how strong that shield is. Or was that shield doubled up? But anyway, Synergy takes the first loss in that point. IDK getting 1 point ahead. 2 shields go down for IDK. Synergy trying to push up, even though those shields are there. They can't break through those shields. I think they should just stay towards the back rather than pushing up. Get rid of those shields first rather than pushing up and being all aggressive. There we go. There's another shield down for IDK. IDK is out of resources. They have no more shields, but they are 3 points in the lead with most of their petals left. Synergy is struggling to keep up with IDK's speed. They need to get those hits into those petals. It's 5 points in the lead for IDK with 5 seconds left. Is Synergy able to get 1 point on the board? No, unfortunately, are not able to get 1 point on the board. It is 5-0 to IDK for the first match. Next one. It will decide who will win. If IDK wins the next match, next round, they win the match, and then they win the UK Championships. However, if Synergy wins the next round, it'll be onto the 3rd and final round. Whoever wins that wins the Championships. Simple as. So, let's have a look at those stats. IDK's player 5 just having much higher hit rate against Synergy. I think Synergy just couldn't deal with those shields. They had a 4 charge rate player, player 1. However, it just wasn't enough to deal with the amount of shields and the placement of shields. I think Synergy pushes up a bit too much. Instead of pushing up, I think they should just stay at the back and focus on breaking those shields rather than being super aggressive while those shields are still there. IDK seems to be having a conversation with the referee on the side, so we will see what happens next. Well, they get a bit of coaching there as well, which is allowed. Coaching is allowed during these games. But I do believe they will go for the same strategy. I think they are going to be going for a shielder and then 2 aggressive attackers. I don't think Synergy will go for a shielder. I don't think they will. I reckon they'll stick to the same tactics. But I'm sure we're about to find out. Right. Oh, there's a shield. Maybe they're going to shield. Don't know. But we are about to find out right now. I timed that awfully. Now, I timed that perfectly. Yep, so it is the same stats as I expected. 1 player from Team Synergy have decided to increase their charge rate to 5. That is the max. Hopefully to deal with those shields that IDK put down. I think IDK is going to put up a shield in a moment. I can see his arm all low. So they're going to try and run up. There we go. There's one run up and a slide and a shield. And then we can hear those tings from those shields getting hit. Player 2 just hiding in the back corner, trying to get those snipes in. Unfortunately, unable to dodge those bullets that are being returned to them. It's a 3-0 to IDK. Will this be the final match of the day? Synergy trying to break through those shields there. 5-0. Almost all the shields are broken. There's 1 more shield left from IDK. But unfortunately, they aren't able to break through those shields. Synergy managed to get 1 point on the board. 20 seconds left. 6-1 to IDK. Synergy managed to get another point on the board. 10 seconds left. Are they able to catch back up? I don't think they are, with one of their players getting taken out there. 7-2, 3 seconds left. And that is the match. 8-2 to IDK. Wow. Really, really good gameplay. I think IDK used their resources quite well there. Put up shields when they needed to. I don't think Synergy could break through those shields quick enough to get those, get through and get those KOs. We can see that player 4 got 6 KOs with a 30% hit rate. Really, really good to see. And Synergy managed to get a few points towards the end of the match. Unfortunately, not towards the start, which is where they really needed them. But a really, really good games from today. And I believe there will be trophies being given out soon. But that does finish off all of the games today and the championships for today. Meaning that IDK is your UK champions 2024. Synergy comes in second place. The Boss third. And No in fourth place. But well done to all the teams today. That was 16 teams. 15 teams. Says Titans couldn't make it. If I haven't said it enough, Titans couldn't make it today. But that is 16 teams from today. The top 16 teams from the UK coming to play, which is great to see. I really hope you guys have enjoyed. I've enjoyed commentating it today. It's been good fun. I saw some trophies, so we will stay and watch for those trophies get given out. Unless someone's just cut the camera. Someone's cut the camera. We will get that camera back up and running, and we will get to see all the trophies being given out. That is IDK in first, Synergy in second, the Boss in third, and Team No are in fourth. Unfortunately, we will not be able to get that camera back on, but I can tell you that today was a jam-packed day, and I can tell you the results with rankings and everything. So, in 14th place is RGM Blades. In 15th place is Cosmic Storm. In 14th is RGM Blades. In joint 12th place is Devourers and Ace. In joint 10th place is Triple Threat and Techno. In 8th place, in joint 8th place is Fighting Mongos and the Wolfpack. In joint 6th place is Agents of Hado and Warpstar. In 5th place is T-Wolves. In 4th place, that is No. In third place is The Boss. In second place is Synergy. And in first place is IDK. We hope you've enjoyed the stream today, and we hope you've enjoyed all of the matches. And we will see you in the new year. Bye.